Namaskar, good morning, good day. June 29, 2020. Speaking from Bharat, India. This is Engineer Suraj Singh, civil engineer, to talk to you in connection with current, normal, abnormal, brief talk of COVID-19 as well as project engineering issues, engineering management issues which relate to management of projects, contracts, specifications, and various miscellaneous issues regarding foundation engineering. All that in a view to disseminate information to my friends in engineering or otherwise, wherever they are all over the world, to share my experience with them, brief experience, brief knowledge. I'm not very big scholar, just to share with whatever I can. I work. Thank you very much. This is now my certification introduction, and introduction of this certificate also, which is national certificate issued by Institution of Engineers India. Previous one was international. Now this is national chartered engineer certificate. I am fellow of Institution of Engineers India. Only small guy, only one degree I have, one qualification I have, nothing. I'm not a very big person, but I want to share my information to all of you, and then it comes with, let us discuss the few minutes for COVID-19, current burning issue, this issue eating world. COVID-19, you may say, a big power, only power in world at the moment, which is defeating everybody and everybody, howsoever big one is, scientists, doctors, and all others have been under peak threat, azimuth threat of this COVID-19, particularly sent to earth by Almighty superpower. For what purpose? Only superpowers knows. But I understand, to teach people of this world something they could not understand till now. Something we could not understand now. That lesson this COVID is going to teach and is actually taught, but we are not able to learn because we have been sleeping world. Just like students in class don't want to learn, many students just want to sleep. But you learn or you don't learn, it works. It is working, and almost more than 6 months, 7 or 8 months I think, if you take November, December 2 of last year. So almost 8-7 months over, and infections have been more than 1 crore or 10 million, because we use crore in our country, and crore means 10 million. So 1 crore infections, 1 crore inspections have already crossed since this beating guest came to us. My guest, your guest, COVID. This guest has already taken lives of about 5% of 1 crore. 5% of 1 crore is 500,000 or 5 lakhs. It has almost taken lives of individuals from earth, 500,000 or more, during its journey of 1 crore 1 crore cases. And how much its journey would be, we can't estimate today. No one can estimate today what shall be its future, or you can say what shall be human future on earth. You may say that way. How long human can sustain COVID-19, or how can COVID-19 force human to change its style of living, its style of working. It is God sent and if God sends something that human cannot understand easily. If God designs something human cannot understand easily, blame game goes on. It started there from and it started here from. This blame goes on, but blames would not solve this problem until this problem is not resolved. People have to stay in darkness and until light is available. That only when we get clearance, we say COVID-19 does not exist. Which date or month or year it would be, nobody can predict now. My dear friends, COVID-19 is really very dynamic, but it delays sometimes. It enters and goes away, and leaving people behind thinking that it has gone away. But it does not go away. It just chases all countries. It chases humanity. Sometimes some people declare we are free of that, but next week or after 2 or 3 weeks, they again say there is infection. It happened with New Zealand. It happened with Sweden. It happened with Iran. It happens with many countries that they declare something, even allegedly so-called China, from where they started. It is beating China also. So it's beating every part of world with its force, and not only beating by medically, it's beating economically as well. COVID-19 relations to economy are very proportional, you can say, not directly, very much proportional, directly as well as indirectly. This is proportional because COVID-19 means you have to take care of your health or to your wealth. You have to decide. Everyone has to decide. Of course, death rates are not enormous, that's true, but even then you cannot say that this is normal situation of COVID, because COVID is COVID, and we can't understand COVID means we are very lowly qualified in this COVID case. Many viruses appeared in past, but this virus, for first time in history, I think, maybe in few centuries, it is there, and it has disturbed slaves of whole world. It gifted whole world depression. It gifted whole world, madness. It gifted whole world, you can say a kind of loss of mind, a kind of loss of faith, a kind of, where you distract yourself, or one distracts oneself and deteriorates its own self. Unexpected guest to world, but world don't know who this guest is. And now it's more and more dangerous news coming every day. Well, I'm not talking how many people are being infected more and more, because there is no use of talking that one, because we can't rely on news coming in. Now news are not exactly what's happening coming in. Only it is being said that storms are coming in, storms of COVID attack are coming in, tsunamis may be coming soon, tsunami of COVID-19, earthquake of COVID-19 would come soon. So even if you are ready or you are not ready, you have nothing in your hands. You can be only ready to an extent that you take precautionary measures, and more than that, there is nothing else. Nothing else means this COVID-19 has acted like a judge, natural judge, without disparity. It has done its work. It did not think whether somebody is rich or somebody is poor, somebody is big or somebody is small. It has axed everybody. It has axed prime ministers. It has axed spokesmen. It has axed highly educated people. It has axed even forces. So I don't think there is some class of people which have escaped this. No way to escape. So what to do? only resort to precautionary measures because we don't know thoroughly what this friend is. It only saying that person to person contact is the root of this, but I don't believe it now. It is in air. It can travel in air, of course, not that fast. It can be available in, stagnant water, rainwater or whatever water. It can be available everywhere. In your room, you are sitting inside room, doesn't mean that you are safe. It has done its job. It has not, disclosed its secrets to human being till now. And it impacts not only your respiratory system, which we call SRS, severe acute respiratory syndromes, it also affects your mind. It has been latest that brain is also affected by COVID-19. When you lose your memory instantly, don't remember what you said, or you are not able to see clearly due to mind issues. So it can affect your mind, it can affect your respiratory system, it can affect, I think, every part of your body. It can deteriorate your fertility system. It can harm every part of body. It can harm your blood. It can harm your mind. I should say that. So only ways to take care, to save earth, to save environment, to save your life. These days, where I am living, Bharat, India, particularly north part, I find every day that UR value, UR index is, UV index says UVI is 12, 11, 12, 11, 13, like that, which indicates that ultraviolet rays are reaching, ultraviolet radiations are reaching Earth's surface, which is good as well as bad both. Good in a sense, you can use it for your health momentarily. If you use it for 10-15 minutes, you get automatic treatment in a way that UV rays enter your body, which means your body is medicated by UV rays, ultraviolet radiations, which is much more better than injections. It enhances, it augments existing immunity of your body, and which would be better against, usually better to act against COVID-19. Similarly, you have to maintain yourself, keep internally heated up so that you get resistance against COVID-19. There is no more requirement of any criticism because criticism got no use here. People are not listening. It's fact. More than 50% people of world, I'm saying not my country, are careless, are ignorant. They don't understand impacts of COVID-19. They don't care. And if they care, okay, at least care for yourself if you don't want to care for others. People are good if they care for others as well as for themselves. But I think there's some problem with humanity. Selfishness, self-orientation still exists. It should not exist, at least when COVID-19 is there. So it is for whole world to handle, and some are handling, some are not handling, depends upon conditions of every country. In my country, Bharat, India, they say that it has crossed 500,000 mark on infections, but okay, officially it is like that. But I would say already there are crores of people internally, they have been affected by this, but tests are not being conducting according to requirement like it is conducted in other countries. Example is, whole Gulf countries conduct tests, even many other countries conduct tests. So until you conduct tests, you can't say what shall happen, what is happening. COVID is coming. It doesn't listen to anybody, It's not my servant or your servant. It's independent, unknown entity that is working in world. It doesn't know visa of your country. It doesn't need anything else. It has autonomous it has autonomous, it is full power. It doesn't not your power, it has got its power. So when it has got its power, so we all are powerless in fact. We all are powerless because it has got its own power. And it has got its own power. Human is very shallow, how you can say, in comparison to its strength. Human is very weak. In fact, human is nothing until human understands this, human handles this properly. So I would not blame now anybody because whole world is responsible for slackened action of this phenomena. They took it lightly in beginning, and now this has become a of destroyer of dishonesty, and destroyer of corruption, and destroyer of bad thoughts. I hope COVID is there for me, for you, positively for you, and I don't think there's any question of worry as far. Okay, health is one part. Health is one part. That's okay. But social change, cultural. I'm not saying cultural change. Social change, institutionalized change, how to work change has come to world. Means people aren't that unserious. They are serious now as far as working from works from home, activities from homes are concerned. But that's not final because everybody cannot work from home. Jobs have gone, economy has been shattered to a level. I think it will take time to recover that. So that's only demerit of this. Otherwise, it has controlled society all over the world. All over the world, even you see, shake hand has gone. Important point is embracing has gone, hugging has gone. So what do you say? It's a smart guy. It has removed habit of shaking. It has removed habit of kissing. It has removed habit of many other acts which were counted as social ethics. Now those ethics are poor. So what you can say, it impacted not only your health, it impacted not only your health but also your conduct in society, your performance procedures. It has acted like that. So I should say that every person should be smart to understand, to do, and to know it well. You cannot simply say now that it's only respiratory enemy, it's also your mind enemy, and also it's your fertility enemy. And once it meets you, means I think it gets a relation to you forever, that it can react again in your body even after a couple of months. And what news you are getting in that, even temporary change or augmentation of your immunity doesn't mean that it is permanent. It is only temporary. You are getting certain benefit of immunity augmentation, which may end after a couple of months, but not forever. So don't think that those who have been impacted or impacted by this shall be clear forever. This is unknown power, and we are known people. Unknown has come to known, but known doesn't know about unknown. So you can say it's superpower for you, it's secret for everybody, and you are unsecret for this body. So this means this secret shall rule you spiritually and health-wise. This would differ you in every respect. This will not agree with you until you have positive ethics, you have worry for God, concern for God, and you have concern for nature, concern for environment, concern for everything. And with this I close my COVID issue. I publish you because this is only now indicative one. I think we will go now to management issue, which is another one part of project engineering, project engineering management, project engineering organization, and total quality engineering. Rather than saying total quality management, I am saying total quality engineering because project engineering and management, project engineering management and total quality management, which is actually better, though we say every day I talk about this because it's required for everyone. Now I'm talking about total quality engineering or total quality management or total organization. This doesn't mean that it is only for engineers. First of all, keep in mind that this is not only for engineers, this is for everybody. Because engineering doesn't mean engineering only, it can be engineering of everything. It's up to you how to receive this. Project engineering, management, and total quality engineering. These are very high profile titles. Management or organization, you can say. And in fact, to be very frank, engineering management is now a subject, formal subject of a scheme or program in engineering, and particularly in those disciplines of engineering which involve all resources, all kinds of resources are involved here: human resource, machines, money, and everything. Where intelligence is required, instant decisions are required, actions are required, takeoffs are required, quantifications are required, money is required, and procedures are required, decisions are required, mind capacity is required, optimization is required, economy is required, efficiency is required. Means not one, not two, many attributes and parameters are required for that. It's not my creation, it's actual, it's field oriented, work oriented, project oriented. It affects everybody, everyone's life it affects. So I take it that way. After this, when I talk about this, I'll go to specifications of various issues, certain specifications, and then to FIDIC. This is what I think is now brief. Now project engineering management, which is of course very procedurals and organizations. It's happening that world is changing very fast. It's true. We say world is changing very fast. It doesn't mean world is changing. It means our systems, our actions, our approaches are changing. World is same. World is same. It has been same. It had been same. World never changes. Nature never changes. It's our actions changes. Maybe we adopt higher speed of working. Maybe we adopt better quality of understanding, or we are better intelligent than before. You may say that, or we compare ourselves to money, to wealth. You may say that, which I don't consider is the right approach, because wealth is wealth and it doesn't increase. Wealth comes from earth, from nowhere else. It does not come from skies. In a sense, we receive whatever we have, we receive from earth. That fact we cannot ignore, and if somebody ignores that, then I can't answer to that person who does not understand what I'm talking about. Wealth is very important, but health and characters are much more important than wealth. Wealth and health and your performance. Yes, health is important from every aspect in life. It is safety, it is health, it's environment, it's energy use, whatever you can say. When you talk of engineering management, engineering doesn't mean civil engineering alone. Engineering means every discipline of engineering, and even sometimes we say social engineering, that also is called engineering, or we say something like engineering. You can think it that way. In whatever field you are, means whatever commodity you enjoy, goods you enjoy in life, it has got certain relations to every engineering. You are enjoying a machine, you are enjoying something, in your home you buy something, that has got something to industry, and industry means engineering. So management, or you can say, organization of engineering is not fixed at one location. It is different at different locations. Of course, it's backed by a lot of theory and enormous theory and enormous practical experience. That's what is engineering about. Engineering can never move on one wheel of knowledge or one wheel of theory. It requires another wheel of practice, and another wheel of research and design, research and exponential work. It also has another wheel of performance with speed, and like that you can say you add whatever parameter attribute you can add that should be reliable and logical and be a part of engineering management or engineering organization. Of course, I am a civil engineer. I know it, and I am happy with that. To some extent, that I am a civil engineer. I am happy with that. With my small education, whatever I learned in few years of my studentship, 3 years in diploma, and then around 3 years in education of Section A and Section B of Institution of Engineers India. So a combination of these two education, 5 to 6 years, you had to have to spend on my engineering education. Of course, I am called a graduate engineer or even degree engineer. That when you pass your Section A and Section B, means you are having same value as some BE or BTech or BSc engineering. Well, that's different issue. Means it is long back now. It's long back. You can say I passed my diploma in 1974 and degree in 80 degree, or you can say Section B, 1980. Certified in 1981 as an engineer or chartered engineer. That is history. But history is only to start. History is only to key in your role as a professional. I know when you pass some courses, some programs, that only indicates that you are well established now to enter this field and work, and it doesn't give anything more than that. And you may call yourself engineer or whatever field you have, you may call because you have every authority after qualifying that syllabus, that course. But I don't call them myself. Still today I cannot say that I am a complete engineer or I am very good engineer. You may say, no, I don't say that. I am very ordinary, because when you are very small, you are a student and you are in engineering or medical sciences, you think very big. I am so big. Yes, that's right, because your mind is small at the time. Your mind of student is very small. Age of 20, 22, 23, mind doesn't develop that much. That's why we go to university to learn more and more something. But when you grow up and you reach middle age or veteran age, you start thinking in a different way. You think, oh, what I learned, it's lost. Lost in a sense, you have learned much more than that. In experience, when you have experienced 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 15 years, you have learned much more than what you learned in university. Because university in engineering and life in engineering are having lot distance. Here in engineering, development is done in field. Every development, theoretical development, practical development, methodologies, procedures are done in field, and that knowledge goes back to university, and it takes some time, many years, or transition of that energy from field to university. And by that time more technologies appear in field, and then it takes another same time. So whatever you learned 50 years back or 30, 40 years back, no, it's not that, it's changed. According to requirement of industry or development, we have to change syllabuses, and that's a practical way. You cannot depend upon a syllabus that was 50 years ago applicable, now it's not applicable that much. Otherwise, there's no meaning of engineering. You cannot teach some student something which he is not going to use. That student is not going to use that in field. So what's the purpose of that training? That's one point. No, my talk is not about syllabus. My talk is something else. My talk is how much we learn and how much we apply. That's my talk. I'm not going to relate to degrees in engineering or something, because degrees are degrees and experience is experience. Experience cannot be equated to degrees, because experience is much more than value of degrees. I have seen people who are not having any degrees, but they are very good in engineering. I have seen such people. It's my experience, I came across such people that were brilliant knowledge of engineering. So formally they were not having any education. They improved there through mature routes, and I think they are far better than those who come through direct route. I have experienced those also who were very good in theory and very good in education, but practically they were not inclined to work in field. I have seen both types of people. It's not question of criticism or appreciation of someone. It's what I express is that I came across such incumbents that who were very high profile in education, but when you talk to them practically, they were distant from field. And if you are in field, or you are not that, maybe not that much highly profile in education, academics, but performance wise in your profession, you are an excellent person. That people are also available. I have come across such people too. So what I say that sometimes there are people who are not good in academics, but they are very good in applications. They are very good. Means they understand practicalities. They are result oriented people. But only point is that someone surveils them, someone controls them just for achieving standards and quality, which is actually sometimes difficult in field. Only problem in field is where people are involved. I'm not talking of manufacturing by computers. I'm talking of field work where there are no computers for purpose of construction or management or engineering management or development of projects. Computers can't be used everywhere. So what I say is, where people are involved on execution or management on sites, I should say site management or site organizations, there you cannot generalize anything like that. Means you have to ensure, you have to analyze every person. If you want a person on site to work, you have to analyze that as well, whether what's the mindset of this person, or you have to experience in field. How does this person perform? And it's easy, it's not difficult. It takes just a couple of weeks, or we can say hardly 2 or 3 months, just to know how somebody conducts work, carries out works. And you find that people are good in site work, or they are good in office work, or they are good in designs work. Means it's not difficult for experienced people, for people who understand management, who understand organizations, who understand engineering management and other management, because engineering management is very new term. This is very highly profiled people who have lot of knowledge, theoretical as a practical. They can only understand management, engineering management or engineering organization. It's much more, even understanding of that is much more important. Forget applications of that. If you understand engineering management means, then you don't talk of education or academics, because see, engineering is such a field. Actually speaking, frankly speaking, engineering is such a field where you are not diving on surface, you are not diving superficially. You have to go beneath, you have to go down and immerse yourself at a depth. Only then you can see how your breathing is affected, how your body is affected, how your stability is affected, you are buoyant or you are not buoyant, or are you going to die. Then only you can understand. Some people spend their times on lives. I mean to say, some engineers are there. Are seen engineers are, professionals who generally worked in fields, sites, and bigger projects after passing engineering, and they have different mindset, different efficiency, and different personality. And some are those who throughout life work on designs, and they are different type of people. Both are different. But don't forget, they are not independent. Designer is not independent if side guy doesn't work. And side guy is not independent if design guy doesn't work. Both are there. Both are mutually, they both mutually fulfill deficiencies of each other. Engineering is very vast field now. It's not very limited. There was a time when it was limited, now it's not that limited. Every engineering, in many branches, say 15 branches in engineering, generally 3 and 4 branches are very vast, like civil engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. These are dominant engineering, you can say, if engineering wise, dominant in a sense, these vistas are unlimited. Vistas in a means development is done, original development, or you can say initial development is done by these domains. Other engineerings are also there, but they come later on. First, these have to deal with these have to can say break their heads with time. I am a civil engineer. This doesn't mean that I have to speak for civil engineering. I have to speak for every engineering. And every engineering is a respectable field. Only requirement is one should understand engineering. Problem appears that we don't understand engineering. We understand engineering subjects. Engineering subjects also means we understand in different way, not in a way to apply them perfectly. See, engineering means it is something you cannot say you live in between and go away. Engineering means you have to deliver something rationally. It should be logically worked out. That good you have to deliver. You have to deliver that achievement. Not your achievement, work achievement. And that achievement must move further for real achievement, physical achievement, or you can say fulfill its requirement for which it was intended to be designed or produced for. As far as designs are concerned, engineering designs, I am happy with that. Though I have not worked throughout my life in designs, but I know designs are dominating factor. Designs are also having many factors which are dominating, because without designs there can be no field work. That's also true, that designs and engineering field work are, you can say, related together. If field work is not done, then design won't avail you. And if design is not done, field cannot work. So both are very important to each other. But people do not understand this point. They start thinking this is higher, this is low. or this is layman job or this intelligent job. I don't understand how field man is a lay person and how design man is intelligent person. This is generally assumed, means they don't say clearly, but that's not true. Yes, design is a job where mind is required, where knowledge is required, theory is required, many books are required, and sequence of activities are required. Design is not easy. Design is not easy. It takes time. It takes initiation. It takes perspective of mind and how you want to see some work done at end of that. How it should look, how it should perform. That's design. It takes time, mind, everything, and design cannot be done by those who do not know this. That's also a very important point. While work on site is based on designs, that's also true. Site person who is responsible cannot work if that person is not given design in details. You say I am a site person, I am not having complete details of work, what I have to do. How can I say that? How can I? Even though I know that, but that is not a question of my knowing. I am on site and I have to do something. Either I have to design myself and then do, but which is not practically possible. Because those who are on sites and they continue on sites, you can't expect them design, though they know design. They are not used to that because designs keep on changing, theories and more codes coming and input coming. So we can't say that they can design, but it's also true that they know that design, they can understand, but they are not used to that. And similarly, design guy is not used to site working. So both have merits and demerits. But leave merits and demerits aside. Both are required, that's also true. Both are required. If work is not done successfully, it's design failure. And if work is successful, it is success for both design and for win-win situation. It's duty of a designer to make sure that his design should work successfully. His design should achieve its intended objective. That is what design about. If my design does not give me what I expected or my client expected, then that design just becomes a liability on project. Because if none is happy, then what's the purpose of that? And you can be happy only when you understand what is the actual requirement of this project. It's not simply design and deliver. It should be made clear, after all, what this structure is going to do, for what reason and for what objective, and why we are doing this design for what. Is this design justified? Is it same philosophy that we want to achieve? Or it's different? I'm not going into that details of philosophy because no use of that here in this talk. I'm just describing what's engineering management, because design is a part of engineering management in every case. I have also experienced some people have some ego in calling that I am a structural engineer, I am a civil engineer, or this and that. I don't mind all this. This is your ego. Structural engineer or not structural engineer, civil engineer, not civil engineer, that's out of question here. I consider every civil engineer who works either in designs or in work of structures on site. I consider both civil engineers as structural engineers. Because civil engineers can be structural engineers. Structural engineers, civil engineers are no different. only your consideration. Means I'm not talking of title here. I'm talking of work division. You are engineers. Maybe you are a structural engineer or you are not structural engineer. That is different, because ultimately your goal is not structural engineering. Your goal is project. Goal of both person who has to work on site and a person who has to work in designs, goal or objective of both is project delivery. Your concept should be that, your point of focus should be that. I have to deliver this. Your focus is not on design delivery, your focus should be project delivery. That point must be clear to everybody. If you just constrain to design delivery, then you are not doing your job correctly. You must guarantee that project be done, and that guarantee doesn't mean commercial guarantee or something else. This means that when project is done according to designs, it should be done perfectly by those people who are there working for you. For you means for this project. You are supervisor of that project or manager of that project for structure. That doesn't make any sense here. You are there or someone else is there. You are designer. If you are there to head that, or you are there to guide them, or you are there to make sure that activities are followed according to your plans, that's best approach then. That's best one. So your objective is realized. That's what I'm talking. Your objective, or whoever is in your place there, his objective is realized. Actually, this engineering is realized, you can say. Project is engineered. You may say that at a time when project is delivered, this is project is engineered. That's what I have to mean here. Duties of structural engineers or duties of civil engineers or duties of scientists, all are descriptions. There's division of responsibility everywhere. Job descriptions are there. But remember, home is same, track is same. You have to travel some distance on that track and say my design is over. You can use it, and that has to take that design, study that design and carry out job. That's only difference. Here is division of responsibility. But responsibility is divided, not completed, not ended. If design is defective, it shall certainly come onto site and people will know that there is a defect in design. And if there is a defect on site doesn't comply with design, it shall be known on site that the site work is not right. It made mistake and should be corrected. In both situations, both are responsible. Designer cannot say, I have given you package of this drawing and that's it, my job is over. Actually, your job is not over. Your job will be over only when this project is delivered or commissioned. I understand this point as engineering management. When say management, this engineering management, you started engineering on conception, on designs, and you delivered that to honor who spent money on that or who is going to use that finally at end. Means those people who use that, you did service for them, though they don't know who are you, but you did service for them. You did service for buildings or structures without knowing who is going to use them. That's your objective. If your building successfully serves, or your bridge serves, or whatever it serves, that's fine. This is my stress on engineering management. But what actually happens in field, all are different, They conduct in a different manner, which is not acceptable. There is a rush of jobs sometimes, both in designs as well as in field. All are on rush. Which rush, I don't know. Maybe they are overloaded with projects, but they want projects, they want jobs. They are overloaded. Even then, I have seen some people in my career, electrical engineers or mechanical engineers on buildings, who travel a lot daily, who used to travel hundreds of kilometers daily by cars, and just to go to sites of various projects they handle. One engineer told me, electrical engineer, he was looking after 10 projects, 15 projects. Surprisingly, when you have to travel to every site, if not daily, at least 2 or 3 days once. You know, in every 2 or 3 days, you have to go there once, because somewhere something is going on, somewhere some other activity is going on. You have to take care of that activity, and you can take care of activity only when you are here for purpose of supervision or for purpose of something else. If not supervision, subcontractor you are. You have to take care of materials, procurement, and shop drawings, etc., etc., and then you have to do job, get it approved. That's your responsibility. So for that act, you may have 9, 10, 8, 10, or whatever number of electricians, and you are there, your foreman is there, and you travel all day. That is rush of job, I can say. But it's budget constraint, means they have to get so many jobs, keep maintaining their companies, because they are not very big companies. Electrical shops, where electrical activities are conducted, where mechanical engineers, means HVAC jobs, air conditioning systems, and many other small building management system, CCTV system, SCADA system. So many fields are there, disciplines are there, where we need to pick up, you need to cope up with that type of work. That's also one part. But what I'm trying to say, it is because of traffic or because of business, they do like that. But the thing is that engineering, if you travel hundreds of kilometers daily just for some small work, this means you cannot concentrate on all drawings. It's not possible. You concentrate on drawings and work with concentration. Maybe you have to go home for work few hours from home every day, or you go sit in office at night, you work there. But I don't think that's right approach. It happens in many cases where these small discipline people, sub-discipline people survive like that. Fact is that. And also in civil, I am a civil engineer. When there are projects where civil works are limited, but mechanical works are higher, electrical works are higher, there it applies to civil also. That civil engineer is employed for foundations, etc. Generally. But maybe one site or two sites or 3 sites, I don't think that civil persons have 10 sites of like, no, that's not practical done. Because cost of civil work is, though it's a small percentage of total budget, but still quantity exists, means foundations. You have to do all works of foundations. You do, in many cases, even above ground foundations, you have to do like machine foundations. So it's something different. I'm talking of engineering management because management, does it say? The question is, does management accept all these variations of, your energies just go waste? Is that acceptable? That's my point of view. I cannot decide everything myself. And nobody can decide everything oneself. You have to depend on many factors. You have to depend on, you can say, others, other professionals for making decisions. You make decisions regarding project. And project means engineering, it's not something else. When you deal with decision making of engineering, then this means you must have some practical competency, you must have some objective, or you can say you must have high level orientation earned by experience. Experience means biggest teacher in life, in a sense that you make mistakes and you have to correct also yourself, or somebody has to instruct you how to correct. I don't say that there can be no mistake. I don't accept that. Mistakes, of course, would be there, and not only on sites or on the practical work, but also in designs. So those can be hidden, those can be corrected on computers. But on site, mistakes cannot be corrected on computers. You have to correct only on works. My talk should be understood in that way. I'm neither against designs and nor against works. Both are destinations, same destinations, and everybody in team should have a tendency to reach that stage when you come out of sight, stating that work has been done, completed, and we have handed over to those who are going to use or operate it. That is what my philosophy is. But it doesn't mean what I am saying is right. You experience yourself. Means maybe you are too young, you can't experience that. You have a big thing in your mind, big objective in your mind, but you are not moving with that speed or with that strength which you want to achieve. There's one part. And you are having too much speed, you are moving into such a speed that you can achieve your targets too easily. Both cases exist. Both cases are there in faith. Both types of people are there. You cannot say that I have seen people who work enormously, who work brilliantly. But that's only for professional development, for professional changes, professional progress. Engineering management is a total management. I have to state that. It's not I'm saying total quality management, I'm saying total management with quality. Quality-based total management. What does it mean? We say total quality management. I'm not calling it total quality management. I am calling quality-based total engineering management. Total management. Does it differ from general management? I should say yes, it differs from general management. Because general management is general. General management is general. This is not general. This is engineering management. That's the difference. It involves finance, technology, resources at original stage. Engineering is very risky management, because if you lose something in engineering management, if you lose something, you lose money, you can't get back this money, and there is no way that it will be back to you in near future. Yes, you may get profit somewhere else, but this money which you lose here cannot come back. Money gone means your time is gone, your materials are gone, your efforts are gone, and that means if work is defective, you cannot bring back that work to be effective. You have to lose somewhere. Either you have to rework and lose money, or you have to remedy that if acceptable for that remedial activity. Still you spend money, but it won't give any satisfaction to client that you did this job, you get this back. Client won't be happy with that, because feeling exists that it is second job, not first job. Job much repaired, uh, major defects occurring and they repair. You feel that you are not working new on that job. This comes, though it is within the contract requirements, they cannot say no, but a feeling psychologically comes in honor that 50% or 30% of this project is repaired one, not original one. This goes against standard of quality management. This goes against professional standards. Those standards are there, but new is new. What I'm saying is, engineering management and engineering are not different. You are doing designs, it's engineering management. You are doing bidding, it's engineering management. You are doing, designs of tenders, designs of specifications, documentations, drawing all those. That's also engineering management. And working on site, you can say doing site work is engineering management. Procurement of commodities, procurement of goods, procurement of materials is engineering management. And all other processes involved in such project, all others whatsoever, belong to domain of engineering management. You cannot come out of that. Engineering management, defined or not defined, that is another point. Defined to what extent is another point. We have to make our understanding clear in every respect. And particularly in engineering, I can say, I don't know how universities do, but I know what I was taught. Do not do anything, do not attempt anything if you are not clear on that. Make sure first what you are going to do is right and worth and shall work. If with that kind of understanding or approach, I think you will be best engineering manager or best professional in your own field. I'm not saying engineering field, in your own field. I have seen people start calling building engineer, this is road engineer, this is water supply engineer, sewer engineer, bridge engineer. People start calling them after some time. This is office engineer, this is design engineer, this is quantity engineer. When you grow up and you stay in that field for many years, in whatever I said or something else, or in design fields, they will start calling you by that discipline rather than by total educational quality. And say, when you are in that level, after passing 10 years, 15 years in profession, you are getting different roles because your mind is ready to receive all those roles. You are not running away from those. If you are ambitious, if you want to rise in field, then that's nothing very important for you, not very special for you. You can do that. You can that door is open to you for whatever you want to do. I have done actually myself. I cannot say I've seen that. Though I can't claim that I have done designs for projects. But sometimes what happens, we have to design something on project. To do that yourself, you are required to do that. Even if there's no permission, you can start yourself and get it approved. It happens. And because it's your engineering work. Yeah, you may take some time on that. I can't say that you can do as designers do. You can't do that way because they have every background, every resource with them. They have copies of codes and everything, but you may not be having that on site. So you don't have all those resources. But something is urgent, you do that to save your own time, rather than waiting for the science to come in 2-3 months or weeks. I did all that, but I am not saying I am perfect on that. I have not worked too much in designs. Actually, I have not worked too much everywhere. I have not worked too much everywhere. I am a defective worker, you may say. I am a defective person, you may say. I don't mind that. Defective doesn't means rejected. Defective doesn't mean rejected. Defective means I can be defective at one place, but I can be good effective on other place. That is what it means. Just like we say, right man for right job, or fittest for fittest, best of fittest means it's very difficult to find such people. I think 32 degrees in morning time. 60% humidity I am sitting in. I have nothing to argue with anybody as far as professional development is concerned or engineering management is concerned. I am happy also to see that at least engineering management subject has come in. Though it was there also, but only in chapters. Now it's total subject, which is good one. I appreciate that. It contains a lot, project management, material management, and many other. Completely takes into considerations how you deal in your field, and that's a very important point because at least you understand that if you are going to manage everything, it means you have to manage all this. Means you have to do them. Means you have to work for them. Means your role when you are a contracting company, your role when you are a designer, your role when you are a planner, or whatever you are, your role in that. At least you understand that in your discipline or in a branch of engineering, all this is done. That's first point to know. Sometimes it's not known. I was going through some syllabus and I got information about this, that there are 7 subjects in compulsory subjects in section B of Institution of Engineers India Civil Engineering. These are mandatory or compulsory subjects, where there are 3 subjects which are optional. This is a design of syllabus. When I was doing my degree, section B, we had 5 compulsory subjects, and there were so many subjects which every candidate had to elect 3 of them as optional. Compulsory were, for example, designs, structural, steel and RCC designs it was. Then construction and foundation engineering, second one. Surveying, and now we call it something like geoinformatics, but surveying. Then construction foundation engineering, structural designs, and fluid mechanics. Well, there are 2 more, and surveying, field design. Two more over there, I think. Yes, it was. Well, out of those theory of structures. So theory of structures, very big one. Designs means RCC design, structural steel design, pre-stressed concrete design, surveying and customs foundation engineering, fluid mechanics. 5 subjects were mandatory, means compulsory. You had to pass them. And there were 3 more subjects like various advanced surveying, or you can say railway, road and bridges, RRB it was called, or water supply and sewage, or for them pre-stressed concrete, or something like that. When many subjects were there, out of that you have to elect 3 for your options which you are interested in. No, so the same thing applies there now. The structural engineering is optional also. There's analysis structures in mandatory, and means a design has kept in mind, syllabus design has kept in mind what field requires it. You may have interest in environment engineering, you may have interest in something else, transportation engineering. You can go like that of options, but mandatorily you have to pass those 7 subjects, without which you can't be put something else. Well, it's just observation I'm discussing with you because I go through React. And management of engineering is not limited one, it is unlimited one. You have to handle one project of one type, one way. You have to handle another project another way. CPM, PERT or bar chart are not exclusive part of management. These are some part of management. These are not Excel management. Management is so much more. You have to understand industry, you have to understand society, you have to understand a lot, and systems you have to understand. You have to understand everything, which helps you in becoming good manager for as engineers. This means engineers are managers, engineers are leaders this way. My purpose of management was this one only, that just to let you understand what is management, because this is engineering management. I said engineering management. With that I also say total quality engineering. Total quality engineering. This is with engineering management. Means management is not one subject. That's amalgamation of many subjects, which you have to understand. And this management covers from initial stage to end stage. Something you can say. Which common sense requires, which your senses require, or conventions require to do in field. Only then you can get project successful. When I say quality, my term quality has total meaning also. Total meaning. It has total meaning. Quality, it means quality of not one activity, quality not of 2 activities, total quality of whatever you do. Whatever you do, that work should be quality oriented. It's not material alone, it's your system that you are working in. It's your approach you are adopting, it's your philosophy you are using. That should be of quality. You have to devise yourself what actually you want to draw. You have to ensure yourself what you are going to do. Does it really involve your objective or project objective? That is what you have to decide yourself. And it's not difficult, you can decide. You cannot go, you are not a student now, you are an engineer. Whatever qualifications you have, your responsibility has been fixed that you are an engineer for that project. So you have to decide that. It's your baby. Nobody will give you advice on this. Yes, you may take advice from documents, from seniors, from somewhere, but you have to decide ultimately on your own responsibility, on your risk. Because don't forget, you can be fired on job. Don't forget that. Because engineering management also allows fire. If you are not delivering, if you are not doing what you are required to do, then firing is not far away. Yes, chances is given. Chance is given to you once, twice, but when you are not able to do that, which is clear meaning that you are not competent for that work. Competent not education wise, competent performance wise. That's why I say education and performance are differently related. These are not directly related. You might have performed well during your education, but this doesn't mean you perform well in the field. That depends upon your exclusive interest, total interest. This means when you are in field, you have to immerse yourself in field. You have to depend. You have to go to field bottom and see what is your origin in 3 dimensions. If you cannot do that, this is not class where professor is telling you something, you are sleeping. This is not a class. Here you are professor and you are student. Your students are workers, your students are your juniors. Or yes, if you are not having total responsibility, you are given a part responsibility. I am not talking of that case. I am talking when you are competitive, you are sitting in a seat which represents key position or heading position or representation position. I have 2 positions, I am saying heading positions or representative positions or key position. Both are not much different. Heading is most important, representation is most important. That way I can see you are responsible for the project. You may call it agency, you may call it representation, or you may be calling head of project, whatever you call yourself. You can define any, but responsibility remains same. You are responsible for delivery of that project in whatever designation you have been appointed. That is something else. If you don't immerse yourself, if you don't study everything of that project, everything of that project, every document of that project, many documents, volumes and volumes, and if you don't study them, then you shall become in problem one day. You will enjoy problem one day. Problem, you can commit mistakes on site, you can commit mistakes somewhere else, and your mistake can be caught up by those who are surveilling on you. Then you will face a lot of problems. So, engineering a position is big responsibility. Once, because if you make a mistake, what I am saying is, it's a responsibility in a different way. In designs, if you make a responsibility, there is check. There is proofreading, or there are some other checks. Your work can be checked by someone, and even sometimes site people can question your work. And maybe you cause some mistakes, so you can correct that. But what happens in field, you don't have that privilege. In field, life is so busy in sites that you don't have that privilege, and if you knowingly or unknowingly make some error, make some mistake, and that mistake, if translated to work, means mistake is done on job, there is no solution of that. You will earn a blame. Of course, you will be credited blame that it's because of you, you are responsible. Though you may say, it was not my fault, it happened because of this, or it happened because of that. But you do not forget that you have spent cost on that. You have spent material on that. You have spent time on that. So that cannot come back. Time cannot come back, cost cannot come back. And you can say, quality of course is lost. You have done loss to project, loss to organization. Even though it was not your mistake, even your investigation may say someone's investigation, this was not your mistake, but you are responsible for that. So here, the failure of your organization, your individual organization. But other people who are responsible for your jobs, I mean to say, who are other party They would not say this is your mistake. They would say this is a mistake of this contractor, or mistake of this company, or mistake of this person who is surveillancing on. So there, accumulation of mistakes would come in. Here only you are, but there supervisor is also a mistake, and probably designer could be. Probably, I can't say. Maybe designer did a mistake, which will be known later on. So everybody is pulled in, but maximum share goes to person who did that job on site. Maybe is fired or not fired, I'm not talking of that. It depends on circumstances. It depends on how it works. It's not big if you're fired or you're punished something else, some other way. Maybe punished some other way. There are reasons for that. I'm not going to that reasons. My scope is engineering quality management, engineering project engineering, we can say. Management, you can say. Organization, you can say. You may say whatever you want to say. That's my objective. I'm just trying to explain what can happen when you are a manager, or you are an organizer, or you are an engineer even. Engineering is not to millimeters accuracy, we know, particularly civil construction. It's now to millimeter accuracy, but it is dominated by tolerance accuracy as well as by work quality. Work quality is very important. Workmanship, work quality, and right work. These are very important factors. There we fail on sites. Not because our people don't know, because they know sometimes and they don't know also sometimes. That is different issue. But as far as your appointment is, it clearly says that you are responsible. And that responsibility you should accept. You should not say my responsibility is not his responsibility. As an engineer you cannot say that. It's not your right. Even if you are not responsible, you say yes, I am responsible, I want to take this punishment. That is engineering management. Even if you are not responsible, you say yes, I am responsible. Because you are. You are educated person there. Or others were educated if they were lesser educated or lesser experienced, and all others are not even educated one. So leader is always questioned. That is called management. And where leader is not questioned, you cannot say that that is management, that is not management. I can't call that management or governance. Where leader cannot be questioned, that always flops, It may be management of profession, or it may be governance of any country, where leaders see themselves above everybody and do not take responsibility. Survival is impossible. If leaders take responsibility, that's best policy. Best policy. Because you are leader, this means you have a caliber to check what you are doing, to ensure you are doing is right, and to ensure that you are responsible. This is called management. I go on management so much there. Okay, no problem. It's part of job. If we are being paid, we have to do that. Let me see if I open doors of someone says, no air coming in, no, completely humid. I don't know. Maybe even my fan is giving hot air. That you put off some other fan. sometimes this is also the problem is unhealthy air circulation because of humidity. And I think let me open another door also. Maybe I got more ventilation. Gentlemen, sorry to leave you for a moment, but I have to open my half of door. Yeah, management. Look, maybe I'm talking a lot with you, but don't feel bored because this is all going to happen in your life. I'm not telling you some story or some religious talks. I'm just telling you what happens in field, and I'm lucky that I can tell you all that. I experience, that's what I'm telling on my experience. I'm not telling, after reading some book. I'm telling you what I can speak. I can recollect what I did. Where I made mistakes, I am even shameless also to explain my mistakes because I did that. I did that. I can't say that I did not do that. If I did that, it must be made public. That's best management, because if I can make mistake, this means there are many others who can make mistakes, because mistakes is job of human. If you do 20 items, certainly there is a chance that you do one or two wrong. This is human work. Means this is not because you do not know job. It's not that. It is because there is some collapse somewhere. You are getting some information. You were forced to work on that day. You wanted not to do that, but your circumstance says that you had to do that. Because of some other reason, whatever the concrete was there, you could not send back concrete and concrete had to be poured. And like that, there are so many issues are there in every place. So we have to be very smart in understanding what is management, what it is not. Well, I'll not go to that extent today, that already is more than an hour when I'm talking of management. But I'm really interested in that, to pass my knowledge, good or bad, right or wrong. So you have to decide if I'm saying right or if I'm wrong. I'm not my own decision maker. In this regard, you have to assess yourself whether or not I am speaking based on reliability. Because everybody's experience is different. So what I say about quality, that quality is quality. Now after this management, yesterday I was had some kind of thinking in my mind to talk of soil engineering, which is much more important than even your design engineering. Sometimes you may say it's a part of design engineering, but I don't exactly agree with that. Because soil engineering is a domain, or I can say a subject that's very different. I got some reports with myself that exactly it's not my work, but just for reference I kept with me. And really that's an interesting one, to say that I just was trying to open that file, and that file, actually where it was, I just saw that file, so execution mode. I actually forget a lot. That is my, sorry, this is I had actually those with me. Uh, so which option of Facebook? This file is regarding soil investigation, and it's a good one. Good one in the sense that just for good information for resource person talks. I got it. The resource person talks. This is there are few files in this, and this is a copy from Arab Center. Arab Center, which is I mean to say, this is a laboratory. This is a copy of that. I'm not saying that this is about 200 pages. This is I references Arab Center for Engineering Studies, Geotechnical Investigation for, there's some project OGD3, AGD2, Front End Engineering and Designs, Field Services, subcontract number this and that. This is a project. This was in Abu Dhabi, and I was there at that time. I was dealing with such office works as a technical engineer, or you can say technical officer, whatever you say, it doesn't matter. Question is not my position, question is report. So it says that this was for International Bechtel Company Limited, and subject is geotechnical investigation for OGD3 and AGD2, front end engineering designs, FEED services, and Abu Dhabi Gas Industries Limited Gasco. This was a report there. I got it through some resource only for purpose of discussing. In this, I have some contents. I'll put some file somewhere. I don't have put this as well, and I'll talk it separately also, because this is a very important point. This is table of contents, and which is giving, it's like book, This is transmitter letter, then table of contents, introduction, purpose of study, scope of work, and then it is project's description, site description, prevailing conditions, general geology of area, field exploration and testing, drilling, sampling from boreholes, field test in boreholes, then excavation of trial pits, sampling from trial pits, field testing in trial pits, and soil electricity resistivity testing, field soil thermal resistivity testing, then laboratory testing, laboratory test scores, then surface and subsurface conditions, ground materials, material, physical, mechanical and thermal properties, materials, chemical properties, and sulfate contents, chloride contents, other chemical contents, oil and grease and hydrocarbons, pH value. And then it's ground, water and cavities, general discussion for choice and suitable foundations, footing on sand, general consideration of settlement and consideration of bearing capacity, then choice of type of foundation, and it is then conclusions and recommendations and foundation depth and type, then tank foundations and hydrostatic testing, allowable bearing pressure, foundation settlement, soil design parameters, foundation subjects to vibrations, then general considerations in designing dynamic basis. Then it is subgrade evaluation and pavement considerations, objectives, method of analysis, subgrade properties, recommended type of pavements, general conditions, earth pressure parameters, site parameters, clearing and graving, cut and fill sites, slopes, production and monitoring, earth, dikes and berms, drainage, dewatering, excavation method and excavation method, excavability, excavation sites, slopes, and or lateral support system. Then it is backfill material and compaction criteria. Then structural fill, general fill, borrow sources, soil resistivity and corrosivity, foundation concrete, tectonic of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, seismicity and earthquake area of southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, ground shading and free field ground acceleration, liquefaction, densification, collapse potential, swelling and shrinkage potential, inspection during foundation excavation. An important notice. List of figures. Major faults in southeast region of Arabian Peninsula, seismicity affecting SC region of Arabian, and earthquake area in SC region of Arabian, and average values of maximum accelerations in rock. List of tables, that is existing ground level, plant coordinates, UTM coordinates, and depth of all boreholes. Existing ground level, plant coordinates, UTM coordinates, and excavated depth of trial pits. Proposed foundation level, foundation type, and allowance bearing pressure, representative compression waves and shear wave velocities. Summary of CBR and modified Proctor, earth pressure and soil parameters, soil corrosivity versus resistivity. Then there are appendix here. Appendix A, location of boreholes and trial pits. Appendix B, logs of boreholes and boring and trial pits. Then legend to logs of boring and trial pits, logs of boring, logs of trial pits. Generalized subsurface profiles, field test results, field density test results, soil electrical resistivity test results, soil thermal resistivity test results, standard penetration test results, and laboratory test results, grading curves, Atterberg limits and soil classifications, moisture content test results, moisture density relationship test results, CBR test results, lab permeability test results, laboratory thermal resistivity test results, oil and greases test results, and chemical test results for soil and groundwater. And then it starts, means this was index, I told you. So introduction is given, I just speak introduction only. I'm not going to talk of this today. I'll make another video for this exclusively dedicated to soil. Abu Dhabi Gas Industries Limited Gasco engaged Masters International Bechtel Company Limited contractor to carry out front-end engineering and design phase of OGD3 and AGD3 projects. Arab Center for Engineering Studies ACES entered into a contract with Masters Bechtel to act as subcontractor and conduct geotechnical investigation for project. OGD3 and AGD2 projects is a large project and comprises following: new gas plant Habshan OGD3, including gas gathering and rejection facilities, new NGL recovery units at Asab AGD2, and new NGL fractionation train at gas surveys, new condensate storage and shipping at Takrir Rois, supporting utility and off of site systems at all sites. Interconnecting pipelines. Geotechnical report covers site area of AGD2. At Asab, Abu Dhabi, findings of geotechnical investigation for other areas will be included in separate reports. Purpose of study is to determine surface and subsurface conditions at proposed site proposed project and physical, mechanical and chemical properties of investigated ground in order to provide structural engineers with sufficient information for design of most suitable and safe foundation. The scope of work. The scope of work consists of following: collecting information and maps particular to sites such as public services, site plan and land use maps, making inspections, visit to site to collect information about present land use, surface topography, geological features and surface drainage. Now, drilling total of 28 numbers boreholes, in situ testing and sampling of disturbed and undisturbed samples. Excavation of 3 numbers trial pits, carrying out 14 numbers field density tests and carrying out 18 numbers electrical resistivity tests with points 0.75 meter, 1.5 meter, 2.25 meters and 3 meters, 4.5 space. Then carrying out 18 number electrical resistivity tests, carrying out 14 number field density tests with points of this, and carrying out 6 numbers field thermal resistivity tests, carrying out physical, mechanical, thermal and chemical laboratory tests as follows. So it says in samples, soil samples, particle size analysis, material passing number 200 sieve, moisture content, Atterberg limits, modified Proctor, California Wheeling ratio, lab thermal resistivity, permeability, chemical analysis including determination of chloride content and sulfate content, pH, calcium, carbonate and magnesium, oil and gas, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons, and its soil samples and in ground water. Chemical analysis including determination of chlorides and content, sulfate content, pH and magnesium, oil and grease and petroleum hydrocarbons, and performing engineering analysis of field and laboratory findings, developing conclusions and recommendations for designs and construction and reporting. So this was just I gave you for your information what is required in such reports. It is no time to explain to you what this report is all about. I will discuss in details in some special video meant only for this purpose. Maybe after I put this file somewhere on some site so that I can give link of this file. This is PDF file. I don't know whether structural engineers forum site can accept this. I don't think they can accept this site. It's a heavy file probably. So I'll try to put on some of the sites. If I can put there, I'll write a link on that and make my talk accordingly. Now this I start quote just UCS I start QCS, Qatar concrete, Qatar civil specs, concrete and general. Though it's concrete, but concrete was started when we are actually talking general. General. So I now change my file. I go to open file I was talking yesterday, and that was general file. You open that file and you start talking on that. It is a file in which we have talked about many issues, and I think I was in chapter. I wrote chapter of this file. Well, we're talking about progress meetings, right? I'm literally yawning, no problem. I don't want to sleep. I have yawned long time. Work is important than sleeping. This is chapter 1. I want to go to chapter 3, I'm sure. Access roads and site entry, production. So it was interference. I don't want interference also here. It's already done. Yes, project meetings. It says page 23 of 246. Project meetings. Again, I'm feeling thirsty. Really, it's hot in morning time. Even though I open hold my door, I think there's some difference in ventilation. Certainly. Dehydration is excessive here. My dear friends, when I am talking of general specifications, previously we conferred on concrete, which is very important. Now we are talking of general specifications, means though it is from Qatar, I'm just taking reference of Qatar, doesn't mean that we have to work on that. And just for dissemination, just for explanation, I'm using those Qatars because when I worked there, I thought, I noted that was the little established group. Qatar is established, you can say, as far as engineering management is concerned, or project management is concerned. It was little systemized because of British regime there on consultancies in those days. Later on, it's changed to many other, Egyptian or Syrians or many more. But I was fortunate, or you can say whatever, professionally, I had many interactions with them. I did certain projects there. Yeah, those people were in domination as consultants. But I worked with contracting companies, means whatever the reason. But though I was in contact with the company, I was consultant of those consultants. In fact, you can say that. I have, in my career in those countries, met very few people, few engineers who were really very aggressive in documents. Particularly in contracting, I did not find many people aggressive with documents, but in consultancy, I met. I can't say no. I met many religious people who believed in organization, self-organization, group organization, or organization, institutionalized organization, and say it may be contracting company, it may be consultancy group, or it may be whatever extra contract people who help you. Those must be professionals and must be work oriented, not time pass oriented. And I met some people as well, and I learnt a lot from them, how or what way they had their mindsets. Not because they were there and they had to do, because of developing yourself. If you develop yourself in field, you are benefited, not because you are getting salary or doing something. In future also, what you do on site or in office, site or regarding some documents, something else. Even you make documents, not dependent documents. You generate documents, your own documents. You will be author of that. There are so many documents which are required in management, engineering, in field. We will discuss those documents later. But there is no limit of documents. It depends on what project you have, what contract you have with that, and what is your status as contractor, EPC contractor, or general contractor, or you can say construction contractor, or subcontractor. It depends on that. How much exposure can you have to those documents? That's very important. And sometimes you deal with other vendors also. So you come across many such documents, and you find that some you find lot of interest in that, and some you never open and see what that is actually. When I talk of working with contractor consultants, you have to work from every aspect. There's only one goal. You are working on a contract. You are not working in a regular job. I am sitting in an office working every day, and I don't know. And so you are regular there we work for 25 years, but there was some, you cannot say that. Well, I should say that you are lucky if there is certainty on your project. No uncertainty. Certainty and uncertainty, these are English words, but these apply to your part of job. If you are certain, you will take job only. Alright, now certainty I'm not talking uncertainty, believing. I do not believe in uncertainty. Uncertainty means you can't work as an engineer. Uncertainty is an obstacle on your way. Uncertainty, or you may develop other definitions also, other terms also with that. Where there is a negativism, you can't work in engineering. Means something is not available, you start doing that. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. It happened in field. Sometimes site guys are enthusiastic, designs are not available, they were instructed to do it by whosoever did that, because that person instructs is powerful and he doesn't understand what is required for that work. But they start doing it. I can be one of them as well, that start doing this. I do it because I don't know what I'm doing. Sometimes I don't understand those are construction drawings. Oh, these are what? I was so young, I can be so young, you can be that. That I have been given drawing, I did that. You thought it is certain, but that was uncertain. In those days I'm talking, when world was different. What was different? People even could not understand what's IFC or issued for construction, or what is issued for information, or what is issued for, what you can say, pre-study, or whatever reason is, it was not for construction. But such terminology was not used. So what does he got trying to it? There can be someone who's your manager, who's your senior. Do it, you got trying and do it, and make mistakes. There, neither person who instructed you to do it is responsible, and nor you who accepted that instruction is responsible. No, you are not responsible in that case. Well, leave that behind. It's imagination and speculation I'm talking. Ambiguity. Ambiguity is another problem with engineering. It's not ambiguous. I meant to say, I'm sorry, it's ambiguous, but you are forced to do it. What you do? You design your way. Something is ambiguous. It's not clear, but because somebody says you do it, you do it. What do it? You do ambiguity, you do ambiguity. So once you do it, you have said, I have done it because that person said to me, told me. But whatever he told you, it is done on ill information or absence of information or wrong information. So ambiguity has no place in engineering management. Uncertainty has no place in engineering management. In name of leadership, you cannot abuse certainty and ambiguity or unambiguity. Until you are clear, you know that this is constructible, you have enough support, enough back that is comfortable to you, you are convinced that you can do it, only do then. Otherwise, don't do it. If you are not sure, you make it sure first. And if you think it's going to be wrong, don't do it. Make sure that it's right. You have complete information, official, authentic information, you can do it. Otherwise, don't do it. Because after doing, you can't save your face. That's the main point. Face saving becomes very difficult. Face saving means you will just argue meaninglessly with others just to save your face, but you forget that you are responsible, not those people with whom you are arguing. There we have different types of problems on those. That's purpose of management when we say that I talked of progress meeting, this meeting, that meeting. What actually they say? They only make sure what is going on is perfectly right, what's being paid to you is perfectly right, what problems must be solved beforehand so that our target, our milestone is not missed. That is sole purpose of that. Otherwise, what's the purpose of meeting? No purpose of meeting, no purpose of review, no purpose of performance measurement, no purpose of doing anything. Because you don't know when you deliver. Somebody asks you, when they are going to deliver, you would simply say, check date. Either your answer should be that, or you say, I don't know, that is invalid because you are not going to do that on this date. But you are not serious about that. Point is that when date has been fixed, and even if somebody does not speak again and again, it's your duty to honor that date, to deliver that project on that date. Otherwise, what is the purpose of that date? If none listens to that, none watches, none reads that date, and okay, no problem, next month, we see next month. If you say next month and next month, which is that next month, I don't know. When does it come? When you honor that project. That's unforeseen, that situation is not acceptable. When contract exists, There's nothing volatile. When we say contract, it's a dangerous, It's easy to say contract is there. Contract is there is not adequate statement, is not perfect statement. Contract is there, that's an ordinary statement. Contract must be done and delivered. That is engineering statement. Contract must be delivered. That is engineering statement. Otherwise, it's a contract. If you don't do something, you will impose penalty, or you will be blacklisted, or you will be subject to risk and cost management according to provisions in your contract. Or if you have said that your contract that whatever FIDIC says you will do it, you will be still in problem. You have to agree with that. And if you don't agree, it doesn't make a difference, because you are responsible for that. You are accountable for that. You are liable for that. So you shall become a problem. So I was just talking about this management on that day. This is this chapter 6 project meetings, and we have gone through that project meetings, pre-construction meeting and all that we did. We've gone through that list. Progress meetings, what it says, and topics for discussion, pre-startup meeting and pre-construction meetings, records of meetings, and then it is submittals. Yes, we had to go to submittals. Just before that, we'll take a little 2 or 3 pages overlap so that we can understand. Let us start with project. We start with project meetings. We start with actually pre-construction meeting, and I think it's a pre-construction meeting, which is kickoff meeting. We talked of this yesterday. So I will not go back to that one. We should talk about project meeting, and let us say progress meeting. We talk of progress meeting. This is page 26 of 246. Let's talk of project meeting. Cold normal water also. I'm thinking just taking hot water also makes a problem. Let's get some cold water here. Cold, it's not cold, actually normal water, room temperature water, ambient temperature water. Progress meeting, what we say about that? This is about, after, let's talk about 1 hour on this, and it's then 6 o'clock, 5:45, so let's talk about 1 hour on this file, and then shift to FIDIC. I'm sorry. Project meeting, progress meeting. Sorry. Okay. That's the progress meeting. Progress meeting shall be held once a month. It was read yesterday also. Where possible and practicable, progress meeting shall be held same time, days of month and location. Engineer shall prepare agenda for this meeting and submit it to contractor. This is this agenda is there. 3 days is again the first one, but let us say it's there. Now, progress meeting be attended by engineers and his representatives, and contractor and his representatives. Subcontractors may attend when involved in matters to be discussed or resolved, but only when requested by engineer. In addition to attendees, named herewith, meeting shall be attended by representatives of utility owners also, if required. So, if engineer seems with government departments and authorities and any other regulators, etc., if required, otherwise no need of that, and those are jurisdiction of a project. And if required, such other persons in just meet as a thing. So this is just if required. This is not mandatory that in every meeting it should be there. The time and location of progress meeting to be directed by engineer, and engineer would chair that meeting. This is progress meeting, not coordination meeting. Contractor shall submit information to it itemized below. Means this information contractor has to submit prior to meeting, and to engineer it is to be submitted in this 3 working days prior to each progress meeting. Now what are these items? Let us go one by one. It's a list of completed activities, a list of current activities with an estimate of time required for completion. So list of completed activities and list of current activities with an estimate of time required for completion, and in a list of changes to planned starting date and duration for all outstanding activities. So number 1, it is list of completed activities, which is also a format. Then list of current activities, which is also in format, design format by engineer or by contractor. A list of changes to plan stating dates and durations for all outstanding activities. Percentage completion for each current activity. A list of activities planned to start next period. Then health, safety, environment and quality data and issues. Then comes other information, some other information required by engineer's representative. Some other information required by engineer's representative. If contractor requires additional progress meetings, contractor shall submit request in writing to engineer for such additional meetings. Contractor shall provide a proposed agenda for meeting. Contractor shall provide names of all personnel who are required to attend. Engineer shall chair that meeting also, because it is related to progress meeting. Okay. Topics for discussion. Topics of discussion that include but not necessarily be limited to are actual start and finish date for activities completed during date period. Actually start and finish dates for activities completed during update period. Remaining durations and percentage completion for all activities not completed. These are topics actually, same based on same which you are saying in number 1, what it should be. Then logic, activity, duration and cost data for variation order. Work that will be incorporated into construction schedule. Contractors propose measures to recover lost time. Contractors propose measures to recover lost time and place and project back on schedule. You can say recover lost time and place project back on schedule by interested stated manpower. Increasing manpower, material and equipment, resources and working trains. Then we say context the proposed measures to recover lost time and place project back on place project back on schedule by increasing resources like manpower, materials and equipment, and working extended hours, additional shifts, etc. Pre-startup meeting. Pre-startup meeting. Pre-startup meeting is required prior to starting up any major plant component, subsystem or system. Pre-startup meeting shall be attended by engineer and representatives and 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 for contractor and representative, if necessary, equipment manufacturer and major plant. A pre-startup meeting is required prior to starting any major plant, and pre-startup meeting shall be attended by engineer and representative and contractor and representative. If necessary, equipment manufacturer and support shall also begin. Now, pre-startup meeting shall be attended by engineer and representatives and contractor and representatives, and equipment manufacturers and suppliers shall also attend if so required. Agenda for meeting shall be provided by engineer. Then, after little gap, you can say agenda for meetings shall be provided by engineer a minimum of 3 days prior to meeting. Topics for discussion. Topics for discussion shall include but not necessarily be limited to following. Startup and validation prerequisites. Startup and validation prerequisites. Startup plan and schedule, temporary connections and startup and validation prerequisites, startup plan and schedule, temporary connections, spare parts, chemicals and operating fluids, health, safety, environment and quality consideration, and other terms deemed necessary by engineer. So startup and validation prerequisites, this is topics for discussion. Startup plan and schedule, temporary connections, spare parts, chemical and operating fluids, health, safety, environment and quality considerations, other items deemed necessary by engineers. Now post-construction meeting. Post-construction meeting. When we say post-construction meeting, general is a post-construction meeting shall be held prior to final inspection of work. Post-construction meet shall be attended by engineer, contractor and their respective representatives. Agenda for meeting shall be provided by engineer a minimum of 3 working days prior to meeting. Topics for discussion. Topics for discussion shall include but not necessarily be limited to following. Discussion and resolve all unsettled matters. I think humidity is coming from that side. Let me put on that fan also. Let's take that like this now. I put light off and fan is working. So let's set this light now. Now topics for discussion are here. Discussion resolve all unsettled matters. Guarantee and insurance schedules and procedures for final procedure. Correction of defects and deficiencies. Then documents required to be submitted by contractor. Other items deemed necessary by engineer. So record of meetings. Minutes of meeting. Engineer shall record minutes of each meeting. A copy of minutes shall be furnished to contractor within 4 working days. If contractor has any objection to minutes, contractor shall submit them in writing to engineer not more than 2 days after they are presented to engineer. In absence of in absence of objection, it shall be understood and agreed that contractor accepts minutes as true and complete record of meeting. Then you go to submittals. Now actually we are starting today's agenda. The overlap was there for meeting. Now agenda, submittals. What's that? Submittal. That's the scope of submittal. There's mistakes in information and definition interpretations. Then in definitions interpretation is product data and shop drawings, as-built survey drawings, as-built record drawings, manufacturer's representative, temporary works drawings, samples, manuals, and submittals, procedures, general, schedule of submittals, method of submittal, contractors review and approval, corrections and resubmission, check or return submittals, review and approval, incomplete submittals, conformance and interrelated submittals. Program, it says staff organization chart, health and safety organization chart, quality organization plan. And plans, health and safety plan, quality assurance plan or quality requirement plan, inspection and test plan schedule and site diary, general, then reports, general, procurement status reports and progress reports, and photographs, general pre-construction photographs, monthly photographs, and then drawings, working drawings and shop drawings, as-built record drawings, as-built survey drawings, data delivery, and materials approvals, general list of material samples, so material and samples and the certificates, the manufacturers, guarantees and warranties, instruction manuals, final dossiers, structure of operation and maintenance, O&M manual, survey and layout details, setting out of works, the method statements, general it is, and application of invoices for completed works, and then general and measurement of quantities. Now let's discuss one by one the submittals. In general, let's go to scope. Part specified general procedures and requirements for submittals. Related parts and sections are as follows. Part 9, materials. Part 10, occupational health and safety. Part 13, setting out of works. Section 2, that is, then section 5.9 in this section, then section 2 is quality assurance and quality control. Quality assurance and quality control, that's total quality system, you can say. Section 11 is health and safety. Now mistakes in information. Contractor shall be responsible for and shall pay extra cost if whatever occasioned by whatever discrepancies, errors or omissions in submittals supplied by itself, whether they have been approved by engineers or not been approved. Deficiency, you can say definitions, interpretations. What is definitions? Product data and shop drawings. And then we have, you can say, definitions of as-built survey drawings. Then we have definitions as-built record drawings, manufacturers representatives, temporary works drawings, samples, manuals. These are our definitions. Let's go through that. This is product data and shop drawings. Product data and shop drawings include drawings, diagrams, illustrations, brochures, schedules, bills of materials and other data prepared specifically for works. Information may be prepared by contractor, his subcontractors, suppliers or distributors, manufacturers or fabricators. Information must illustrate or describe manufacture, fabrication, construction and installation of works or a portion thereof. As-built survey drawings. As-built surveys are topographical surveys that show changes to topography as a result of construction of works. Changes to topography include construction of new structures and roads, demolition of existing structures and roads and like. As built survey drawings shall form a comprehensive record of topographical changes resulting from construction of works in all respects. As-built surveys shall also show all subsurface elements of works. Subsurface elements include pipelines, ducts, cables, chambers, manholes and like. As-built survey drawings shall form a comprehensive record of subsurface elements of works as constructed in all respects. As-built record drawings sorry. As-built record drawings are drawings that show works as constructed in all respects. There are, in addition to elements of works shown on as-built survey drawings. Now, in addition to foregoing or above, as-built record drawings shall include all finished horizontal and vertical alignments, chainage, setting outs, levels and details. It shall also include all underground services, utilities, surface features and whatever additional information deemed necessary to comprehensively represent works. Manufacturer's representative Manufacturers' representatives are persons actively working at manufacturer's factory. Manufacturers' representatives are persons actively working at manufacturer's factory with a minimum of 5 years experience. They should be familiar with actual process of manufacturing, installation and operating product they represent. They should be familiar with an actual process of manufacturing, installing and operating product they represent. Sales representatives or agents are not an acceptable alternative to manufacturers' representatives. Temporary works drawings. Temporary work drawings are plans for temporary structures and facilities prepared by contractor specifically for works. Elements of work that may affect safety of persons or property shall be checked and certified by an approved safety inspector. Calculations demonstrating adequacy of contractor's design shall be submitted with temporary works drawings. Samples. Samples are physical examples illustrating materials, equipment or workmanship and shall be used to establish standards by which work to be just. Manuals. Manuals are manufacturer's written installation. Manufacturer's written installation Startup, installation, startup, operating, maintenance, and repair instructions. They shall include parts lists, pictures, sketches, and diagrams specific to equipment supplied. Sorry. Submittal procedures. Contractor shall submit to engineer for review and approval all drawings and data as called for in project documentation. This part are subsequently covered by variations. Submittals and their contents shall be properly prepared, identified and transmitted in accordance with project documentation or as engineer may otherwise direct. Where possible and practicable, contractor shall present submittals on A4 size paper. All submittals shall be in triplicate and electronic format unless otherwise specified in project documentation. Schedule of submittals. Contractor shall prepare and submit a list of all submittals. Contractor shall prepare and submit a list of all submittals required by contract or otherwise showing forecast date for submission of each item within 30 days of start of contract. Drawings and data shall be submitted to meet time schedules. Drawings and data shall be submitted to meet time and schedules stipulated in project documentation, and where such time schedules are not specified to meet requirements of approved programs, unless specified otherwise, contractor shall allow not less than 30 days for review of submittals by engineer, excluding time necessary for delivery or postage, and shall cause no delay in work or work of whatever other contractor. The extension of time shall not be granted because contractor failed to make timely and correctly prepared and presented submittals. Says extension of time shall not be granted because of contractor's failure to make timely and correctly prepared and presented submittals with allowance for checking and reviewing periods. Method of submittals. Method of submittals. Method of submittals. Contractor shall deliver submittals by means of dated, signed and sequence numbered transmittals. Transmittal shall be on contractor's letterhead and shall fully describe submittal contents. Submittals are not acceptable directly from subcontractors, suppliers, or manufacturers. In each transmittal, contractor shall state drawing numbers and specification, section, parts, and paragraphs to which submittal pertains. Accompanying data sheets, catalogs, and brochures. Such brochures shall be identified in same manner, where several types of models are included in a single data sheet. Catalogs or brochures, contractor shall delete non-applicable portions of or specifically indicate which portions are intended and applicable. Then we go to contractor's review and approval. Every submittal shall bear contractor's review and approval stamp, certifying that contractor has reviewed, checked, and approved submittal. Coordinated contents with requirements of works, project documentation, and any related work. Coordinated contents with requirements of works, project documentation, and any related work. Determined and verified all quantities, field measurements, field construction criteria, materials, equipment, catalog numbers, and similar data. Correction and resubmission. Contractor shall make all required corrections and submit corrected submittals until approved. Contractor shall direct specific attention in writing to revisions other than corrections called for on previous submittals. Contractor shall identify each resubmission with sequential numbers of original submittal followed by consecutive letters starting with A or A for first resubmission, B for second resubmission, etc. Checked off returned submittals. Contractor shall check submittals returned to him for correction and ascertain if corrections results in extra cost to him above that included and allowed for under project. Documentation and contract. Contractor shall give return notice to engineer within 5 days if in his opinion such extra cost results from corrections. I repeat this. Contractor shall check submittals returned to him for correction and ascertain if corrections result in extra cost to him about that included and allowed for under project, documentation, and contract. Contractor shall give written notice to engineer within 5 days if in his opinion such extra cost results from correction. By failing to do so, notify engineer, or by starting any work covered by a submittal, contractor waives all claims for extra costs resulting from required corrections. Review and approval. Review and approval. Review and approval. What it says, submittals shall be reviewed only for conformance with design, concept of project and with information given in project documentation. Approval of a separate item as such shall not indicate approval of assembly in which item functions. Approval of submittal shall not relieve contractor of responsibility for any deviation from requirements of project documentation. Approval of a separate item as such shall not indicate approval of assembly. Approval of submittal shall not relieve contractor of responsibility for whatever deviation from requirements of project documentation unless otherwise agreed with and confirmed in writing by engineer. No power. Okay, let us see if one pen is working only. Any approval or whatever approval from engineer shall not relieve contractor of responsibility for errors or omission in submittals. I think let me put that light off because computer is also on. Approval from engineer shall not relieve contractors of responsibility for deviation from requirements of project documentation unless otherwise agreed with and confirmed in writing by engineer. Whatever approval from engineer shall not relieve contractor of responsibility for errors or omissions in submittals. Incomplete submittals. Submittals which are incomplete, including those not correctly transmitted, not correctly titled and identified, or not bearing a contractor's review and approval stamp may be returned to contractor without review. Conformance, put off that kind. Why are the wasting light? Conformance. Take some honey out. Conformance. Work shall conform to approved submittals and all other requirements of project documentation and contract unless subsequently revised by an appropriate variation. Order in which case contractor shall prepare and submit revised submittals as may be required. Says work shall conform to approved submittals and all other requirements of project documentation and contract unless subsequently revised by appropriate variation. Order in which case contractor shall prepare and submit revised submittals as may be required. Interrelated submittals. Except where preparation of a submittal is dependent upon approval of a prior submittal. All submittals pertinent to that to same portion of works shall be submitted simultaneously. So, except where preparation of a submittal is submitted. Submittal is dependent upon approval of a prior submittal. All submittals pertinent same portion of works would be submitted simultaneously. Contractor shall not proceed with any related work then contractor shall not proceed with any related work which may be affected by work covered under subsequent. Now let me put off fan, I think, otherwise we shall unnecessarily load inverter because power is off. Let me do it. Please, this is a problem here because of power. This is a problem here. Problems and problems and problems. That's a problem in itself. No light, so what to do? You have to use fan like this. You have to go. You early morning. This is condition status. You see, contractor shall not proceed with any related work which may be affected by work covered under submittals until applicable submittals have been approved. So without the approval of material submittals or work submittals, blank submittals, no work can proceed, because if proceeded, it would be non-conformance or risk of contractors interrelated submittals. Now, program of works. I have to 15 minutes more. I think we'll do this. 7 o'clock I'll start that. 6:45 start that. Programs of works. Contractor shall prepare and submit to engineer a program of works that's scheduled in accordance with clause 14 of general conditions of contract. Clause 14. Contractor shall update program of works as required during construction of works. When instructed by engineer, contractor shall prepare and submit a detailed program for a particular section of works. Now, detailed program shall be an elaboration of overall program and shall be in an appropriate form. Now, contractor shall incorporate times of occupation of all subcontractors in program and make provisions for access of other contractors as required by engineer. Contractor shall submit a program of works Contractor shall incorporate times of occupation of all subcontractors in program and shall make provisions for access of other contractors as requested by engineer. Contractor shall submit a program of works that include but not be limited to followings. General description of arrangements and methods proposed by contractor to carry out works. That is general description of arrangements and methods, so method statements. Detailed list of contractors' resources. Detailed list of contractors' resources, plant, equipment, vehicles, materials, laboratory, workshop, professional personnel, specialists, laborers, organization, chart, assignment to works. Difficult, really. Program required under general conditions of contract. Time schedule of mobilization. So what it says, detailed list of contractor resources, plant, equipment, vehicles, materials, laboratory, workshops, professional, personnel, specialist, labor, organization chart, and assign to. Oh, okay, good. It has come. Something is better at least. uh, 1 minute. See, sweating goes off. So time schedule of mobilization and deployment, time schedule of mobilization, deployment of required resources and their estimated average production rates to complete contract within time for completion. Detailed list of contractors' resources, I said before. Detailed list of contractors' resources, plant, equipment, vehicles, materials, laboratory, workshops, professional personnel, specialist, labor, organization chart. This is all required when you say you are submitting your schedule. So you have to give complete details of your resources, which are plant. Actually, you have to give histograms of those, plants, equipment, vehicles, materials, and laboratory, workshops, professional personnel, specialists, labor, organizations chart. All you have to submit with that, and time schedules you have to submit with that. Mobilization and deployment, demobilization and deployment of workers, required sources and their estimated average production rates to complete contract within time for completion. And this is actually comprehensive work you have to do, professional work you have to do, time schedule, mobilization, deployment, and required resources and their estimated average production rates to complete contract within time for completion. Program required under general conditions of contract. So we have to give methods, you have to give list of all resources, you have to give time schedule, and you have to give time schedule of mobilization and deployment of required resources and their estimated average production rates to complete contract within time for completion. And program required under general conditions for contract, you have to give a cash flow statement showing anticipated payment due under contract. It's only for help. It's not really they have to do something with cash. You have enough cash on project to buy locals and to just keep yourself moving smoothly. They're not interested in something else. A program shall be linked to and resourced Gantt chart post, bar chart. Program shall be linked and resource Gantt chart produced on approved project programming software and shall show following: order in which works are to be constructed, design periods if applicable, submission and approval periods of design. submission approval period for designs, operations, maintenance, manuals, record drawings, etc. Submission approval periods of designs, operations and maintenance, manuals, record drawings, etc. Detailed activities for each task such as excavation, pipe laying, backfill, reinstatement, etc. Detailed activities depending on how many depends. Means if you don't have details, you have to write details. If they don't, you just have to make details. It's generally, you know, you can't say that the film is fine and you take rest. So then, submission approval periods of design, operations and maintenance manuals and record drawings and detailed activities of each task such as excavation, pipe laying, backfill, reinstatement, etc. Procurement, installation and commissioning periods for mechanical, electrical, instrumentations, controls and automation, that's MEICA works, power and other services connections, tests before and after applicable completion. So pre-commissioning and post-commissioning. So you can say pre-commissioning, commissioning and post-commissioning. Contractor shall program works in accordance with contract and in such a way that contractor shall not impede whatever else contractor working on or adjacent to site. Now it is general submittals. What are into submittals now? What's that? Let's see submittals are talking. Just a minute. Relax me and let me be cold first. This humidity is eating me. This is submittal. For sewerage works, unless otherwise instructed by engineer, contractor shall program works such that commences at downstream manholes and continues upstream in a logical sequence. Put on the fan or something like this. So I can sit this end and talk. Yes. Let me talk this way. Because reading was difficult from 90-degree angle. Now I say, for sewerage works, sewerage works, sewer line, sewage system. Unless otherwise instructed by engineer, contractor shall program works such that it is commenced at downstream manholes and continues upstream in a logical sequence. Program of work shall identify when access to areas of live plant are required and when shutdowns are required. Programs of work submitted with tender documents shall be fully updated before start of works. Engineer shall give comments on program within 7 days. Now, whatever program was submitted with the tender document shall be fully updated before start of works. And program of work shall identify when access to areas of live plant are required and shutdowns is required. Engineer shall give his comments on program within 7 days of its submission. Contract shall not commence permanent works until engineer has approved program of work. So initial gives comments on program within 7 days of its submission. Contractor shall not commence permanent works until engineer has approved program of work. Approval by engineer of program of work shall not relieve contractor of any of duties or responsibilities under contract. Program shall be submitted in an electronic format and as a paper print both. Paper print may hide roll-up activities for individual tasks in order to reduce size and number of print required. Electronic version shall be fully detailed. After this, there is organization chart. I will close here today. I close here at page 36 and we shift to FIDIC because some portion we have to correct one day. So it was this now. It was actually this, and now I am going to do something else, and that is this. FIDIC red and silver. Yesterday we stopped due to failure of my system, and we are going to start. I'll first put that file on, which is important one. First to open the file, I have to close this file. I'll take this tomorrow morning. Organization charts, I leave it here. I open that red file first. FIDIC red file, and we'll talk of what we left yesterday. And that is, and I think employers supplied materials and employers equipment. We are talking of that 169. I think it is page 170 or something. I remember. Now it is 171. Engineer, we are starting at engineer. We had written that in the South Korea delegation of engineers, engineer sections. So we start somewhere here. Contractor, and before that is engineer. Agreement of determination. So we take up this subclass 3.4 because production engineers shall obtain consent of lab before take over. Delegation by engineer we are taking up. Here, page 172. Now it says, what it says, let us see. Delegation by engineers, subclass 3.4. It says engineers assistants may include design engineers, other construction professionals, technicians, inspectors, and or specialist independent engineers and or inspectors appointed to monitor and review execution of works, including inspecting and or testing items of plants and or materials. If it is anticipated that engineers assistants may not all be fluent in language for communication defined in subclass 1.4, law and language, consideration should be given to amending subclass. So there should be an amendment like this. If any assistants are not fluent in that language, engineers shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours in a number sufficient for those assistants to properly perform their assigned duties and or exercise their delegated authority. Then it is engineer's instructions, subclass 3.5. It is If applicable, if applicable law prevents contractor from complying with engineer's instruction, if applicable law, if applicable law prevents contractor from complying with engineer's instruction, that may have an adverse effect on health and safety of contractor's personnel. Subparagraph B of this subclause may be amended, says that after that say, or will adversely affect health and safety of contractor's personnel. If conditions of contract are to allow for giving of oral instructions by engineer, this subclause may be amended as such. Example: at end of subclause 3.5, add following. If engineer or delegated assistants A. give an oral instruction, B. receives a written confirmation of instruction from contractor within 2 working days after giving oral instructions, and does not reply by issuing a written rejection or instruction within 2 working days after receiving confirmation. So what you say does not reply by issuing a written rejection and or instruction within 2 working days after receiving confirmation. Contractor confirmation shall constitute written instruction of engineer or delegated assistant as case may be. Actually, this can be done on site memos, or this can be done on clarifications, you can say site technical queries. Generally there is a procedure on projects to raise site technical queries, STQ we call that. Those can be used for this purpose. Certainly they will answer on that. So I don't think they will answer shall be given by them. It's a professional, they are all professionals. We should not say about answer, they will all answer. Whether I say no or yes. Subclause 3.7, agreement or determination. Engineer shall not delegate any of duties under subclause to engineer's representative. Engineer shall not delegate any of duties under this subclause with agreement or determination to engineer's representative if appointed or to any assistant as stated under subclause 3.4. Delegation by engineer. Opening words of subclause state that engineers shall act neutrally between parties. Alright, so agreement or determination. That's the important point. Now, engineer shall not delegate to any of his assistants or resident engineer all such duties where agreement and determinations are required or involved. Opening words of subclause state that engineer shall act neutrally between parties when carrying out its duties under this clause, subclause, and shall not be deemed to act for employer. By these images. Okay. Opening words of this subclass state that engineers shall act neutrally between parties when carrying out duties under this subclass and shall not be deemed to act for employer. By these statements, it's intended that although engineer is appointed by employer and acts for employer in most other respects under under contract, when acting under this subclass, engineer treats both parties even-handed and in a far in a fair-minded and biased manner. Now, subclass 3.8, meeting. Meeting. It may be useful to give information in specifications of a planned timetable of meetings. It may be useful to give informed information in specification of a planned timetable of meetings such as management meetings, site meetings, technical meetings and progress meetings. Now contractors, what says? Contractors' general obligations in subclass 4.1. In some projects, there may be an item or items of temporary works for which contractors shall not be fully responsible. For example, an employer designed temporary diversion of an existing road or waterway. So in some projects, there may be an item or items of temporary works for which contractor shall not be fully responsible. For example, employer designing temporary works or temporary diversion of an existing road or waterway, which may be necessary to facilitate works. In this case, and in order for second sentence of third paragraph to apply, except to extent specified in contract. Except to extent specified in contract, hence where goes the intern, that is the return of temporary works, items of temporary works. Some they write sometimes very closely. It's difficult to read. Items of temporary works and extent of employer's responsibility. Employer's responsibility should be wait a minute. Should be clearly stated in contract by employer in specifications or by contractor in tender. Then we go further that performance security, subclass 4.2. See, we are talking of particular specifications. In this case, when we replace general specifications, we have to write our own conditions in particular specifications or particular conditions, we can say, not specifically, particular conditions. Somewhat. Performance security. I'm going a little slow in this because this is contract issue and you have to understand contract. People may say this is not serious, this is a job. This is job of engineer. This is job of everyone to understand contracts. It's no question of degree or diploma or post graduation here. If you fail in this, you fail everywhere. If you have to face people, you have to face officers, you have to face managers, so you have to face yourself first. This is leg of engineer actually, one of many legs. Acceptable forms of performance security should be included in tender documents. Example forms are included at end of this publication in section sample forms. They incorporate 2 sets of uniform rules published by International Chamber of Commerce. That is ICC, which is based at, we'll leave that aside. These example forms and words of subclass may have to be amended to comply with applicable law. Now, what's an example is, now at end of first paragraph of subclass 421, contracts obligations is insert here. If performance security is in form of a bank guarantee, if performance security is in form of a bank guarantee, it shall be issued either, number 1, by a bank located in country, or number 2, directly by a foreign bank to which employer gives consent. If performance security is not in form of bank guarantee, it shall be issued by a financial entity registered or licensed to do business in country. Now, example forms of performance security that are included at end of this publication in section sample forms provide for option to reduce amount of performance security following issue of taking over certificate for whole of works under clause 10. If neither of example forms is to be used, consideration should be given to adding provisions for this option to subclass 421. Now, contractor's representative subclause 4.3. Contractor's representative, if contractor's representative is known at time of submission of tender, tenderer may propose that person in his tender. That tender may wish to propose alternative, especially if contract award seems likely to be delayed. Main engineering discipline applicable to works. Main engineering discipline applicable to works in which contractors representative is required. Main engineering discipline applicable to works in which contractors representative is required to be qualified, experienced and competent should be engineering disciplines of works which is of highest value proportionate to value of works. If it is necessary to stipulate that contractor representative shall be qualified, experienced and competent in a particular engineering discipline in relation to works, following amendment shall need be made to this subclause. Now what it says, let us say, I repeat this para because there are 2 points here. One point is that whatever cost of discipline is high on project, that discipline is important because your representative should be from that discipline. Let's see what it says. Main engineering discipline applicable to works in which contractor representative is required to be qualified, experienced and competent should be should be engineering discipline of works, which is of highest value, proportionate, representative, shall be qualified, experienced and competent in particular engineering discipline in relation to alright, then say this is important here, means it says it's necessary to stipulate that contractor's representative shall be qualified, experienced and competent in a particular engineering discipline in relation to works. Following amendment need be made to this subclause. And what's that? In second paragraph of subclause 4.3, delete main engineering discipline applicable to works and replace with insert description of engineering discipline. Simple. If it is necessary that contractor's representative shall also be fluent in particular language other than language for communications defined in subclause 1.4, law and language, following amendment may be made. What is that? At end of second paragraph, subclause 4.3, add contractor's representative shall also be fluent in insert name of language. Then, if it is permissible that contractor's representative is not fluent in language for communication defined in subclause 1.4, law and language, the consideration should be given to amending that subclause. Insert at end of that subclause 4.3. If contractor's representative is not fluent in this language, contractor shall make competent interpreters available. Contractor shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours, sufficient for contractor's representative to properly perform duties and exercise authority under contract. If it is permissible that contractor's representative delegates, contractor's representatives delegates are not all fluent in language for communications defined in subclass 1.4, law and language, consideration should be given to amending subclass, which is insert at end of last paragraph of subclass 4.3. What's that? If any of these persons is not fluent in this language, contractor shall make competent interpreters available during all working hours in a number sufficient for those persons to properly perform their delegated powers, functions and or authority. Subclass 4.4 contracts document. Subclass 4.4.1, that is preparation and review. Preparations and review. It is important that the specification should clearly specify which contractor's documents employer requires contractor to prepare, which may not necessarily include all technical documents which contractor personnel will need in order to execute works. Further, if there are contractor's documents that contractor must submit to an engineer for review, it's important that they are clearly identified in specifications. If a different review period than that stated under subclause 4.4 4.41 is considered necessary or different review periods are considered necessary for different types of contractors documents. Such different review periods should be clearly stated in specification. Subclass 443 Operation and Maintenance Manuals. Operation and Maintenance Manuals. If contractor is required to supply spare parts under contract, these should be detailed in specifications, which also specify required guarantees period for these spare parts. Subclass 4.5 Training. If works include plant that compromises in whole or in part new or innovative technology, comprises. If works include plant that comprises in whole or in part new or innovative technology in country or at employer's location, it is recommended that parties consider including in contract provision for training by employer in specification and or by contractor in tender of employer's personnel at location of another plant facility or at a number of other plant facilities that are similar in nature to now health and safety obligations 4.8 I think it's 4 and 8, right. Health and safety obligations. If contractor is sharing occupation of site with others, it may not be appropriate for contractor to provide some of listed items. In these circumstances, this subclause should be amended to specify exactly what health and safety obligations are contractors under contract. Health and safety obligations which are to be fulfilled by employer and or others should be stated in specifications so that it is clear which party is responsible for what in respect of health and safety obligations for site and for works. Now let's see quality management. Wait a minute. What does it say? Okay, which party is responsible for what is respectable? That's okay. Health and safety obligations which are to be fulfilled by employer. Okay, that's fine. Quality management system, subclass 491. In performance of contractor's obligations under subclass, this subclass 491, it is recommended that contractor and engineer take due regard of FIDIC publication improving quality of construction, a guide for actions, that is 2004. Well, if employer requires contractor to have quality manager, if employer requires contractor to have quality manager employed on site, such position should be stated in the specification as one of positions of key personnel. If employer requires contractor to interface, with others and or with employer, specification should clearly describe all such interfaces and should specify extent to which contractor shall allow for such interfaces in QM system. If employer requires contractor to interface with others with employers, specification should clearly describe all such interfaces and should specify extent in which contractor shall allow for such interfaces in OQM system. Subclass 4.12, unforeseeable physical conditions. Unforeseeable physical conditions. In case of a construction project which involves significant subsurface works, it is recommended that employer consider allocation of risk of encouraging adverse subsurface conditions. Employer consider allocation of risk of encountering adverse subsurface conditions when tender documents are being prepared. If this risk is to be shared between parties, this subclass shall need be amended. Example, in subclass 4.12.4, delay and or cost, delay towards payment of such cost, and substitute payment of so many percent of such cost, balance of percent shall be borne by contractor. Now, in order to assist engineer in performing his duties under subclass 14.12.5, agreement or determination of delay and or cost. In event that unforeseeable physical conditions are encountered, by contractors, employer that may consider, including physical, geological, subsurface conditions that are known. That are known at base date in contract in form of a baseline report. Transfer of goods. 416. Transfer of goods. In some cases, contractor may require to get permission prior to delivery of goods to site. In such cases, those goods for which permission is required should be stated in specification, and following wordings may be added to subclass, that is 4.16. Contractor shall obtain engineer's permission So says, then in such cases, those goods for which permission is required should be stated in specification, and following wording may be added to that subclass. That is, contractor shall obtain engineer's permission prior to delivering to site whatever item of goods which is identified in specification as requiring such permission. No such goods shall be delivered without permission, which shall not relieve contractor from any duty, obligation, or responsibility under or in connection with this contract. Now, contracts equipment. Contractors equipment. Clause 4.17. If contractor is not to provide all contracts equipment necessary to execute works, employer's obligation should be specified. Please see subclass 2.6, employer supplied materials and employer's equipment, and guidance notes for subclass 2.6. If vesting of contractor's equipment to employer is required and such vesting is consistent with laws of country, further paragraphs may be added to this subclause. At end of subclause 6, 4.17, add following paragraphs. Each item of contractor's equipment contractor's equipment shall become property of employer, free from liens and other encumbrances when it arrives on site. This vesting of property from contractor to employer shall not A. affect responsibility or liability of employer under contract, B. prejudice contractor's right to exclusive use of all items of contractor's equipment for purpose of works, and or C. relieve contractor from any duty, obligation or responsibility to operate and maintain all items of contract, equipment. Now, property in each item of contractor's equipment shall be deemed to revest in contractor. Property in each item of contractor's equipment shall be deemed to revest in contractor, free from liens and other encumbrances when contractor is entitled to remove it from site. So it says from site or to receive or take it over certificate for works which are there. So property in each item of contractor's equipment shall be deemed to revest in contractor. It says property in each item of contractor's equipment shall be deemed to revest in contractor, free from liens and other encumbrances when contractor is entitled to remove it from site when to meet, receive, taking over certificate for works. Then we say, again I read this, property of each item of contractor's equipment shall be deemed to revest in contractor free from liens and other encumbrances when contractor is entitled to remove it from site or to receive taking over certificate for works, whichever is earlier. Protection of environment, clause 418. Protection of environment. If applicable, environmental law requires the contractor to prepare project-specific environmental management plans for review by engineer and or employer and approval by regulatory authorities. These plans should be clearly described in detail in specification together with review. Now, protection of environment. If applicable, environmental law requires contractor to prepare project-specific environment management plans for review by engineer and or employer and approval by regulatory authorities. These plans shall be clearly described in details in specification together with review approval process associated with each plan. Now, temporary utilities. Clause 419, temporary utilities. If services are to be available on site for contractor to use, details of such services should be stated in specification, including description of each utility, capacity of each utility that is available for contractor's use, its location and price per unit of consumption. Security of the site, subclause 1421. If contractor is sharing occupation of site with others, it may not be appropriate for contractor to be responsible for its security. In these circumstances, it is recommended that this subclause to be recommended maybe for the contract to be responsible. In this subclause, it is recommended that this subclause should be amended to specify exactly what security obligations are contractors under in contract. And B, security obligations which are to be fulfilled by employer and or others should be stated in specifications, so that it's clear which party is responsible for what in respect of security of site. Subclass 4.22 Contractors operations on site. Contractors operations on site. I can put these doors off. Just a minute, half a minute. Alright, so I put that. Contracts operations on site. If contractor is sharing occupation of site with others, it is recommended that subclass is amended by identifying and allocating responsibility for clearance and removal from site of any wreckage, rubbish, hazardous waste, temporary works and surplus material. Additional subclass milestones. If employer wishes to have certain parts of works completed within certain times, but does not wish to take over such parts when completed, as distinct from parts of works which employer wishes to take over after completion, which should be defined as sections in contract data. Such parts of works should be clearly described in specification as milestones, and it is recommended that following provisions are added to contract data and to conditions of contract. Examples, provision, milestones. In contract data, add following 424, let us say, definition of milestones. There are 3 columns here, and it's given description of part of plant or works that shall be designated a milestone for purpose of contract. Second is time for completion in number of days in each column, and delay damages as percentage of final contract price per day of delay, this percentage. These are just blank here. Then maximum amount of delay damages for milestones, percent of final contract price is so many percentages. Insert 2 new definitions under subclass 1.1 now. Milestones. Milestones means a part of plant. Milestone means a part of plant and or a part of works stated in contract data, and if there is any, and described in detail in specifications as milestone, which is to be completed by time for completion, completed by time for completion stated in subclass 4.24 milestone works, but is not to be taken over by employers after completion. Milestone certificate. Milestone certificate means certificate issued by engineer under subclass 4.24 milestones. And now subclass 4.24 milestones. If no milestones are specified in contract data, this subclass shall not apply. Contractor shall complete works of each milestone, including all work which is stated in specification as being required for milestone to be considered complete within time for completion of milestone, as stated in contract data, calculated from commencement date. Contractor shall include in initial program and each revised program under subparagraph A of subclause 8.3 program time for completion for each milestone. Subparagraph D of subclause 8.4 advance warning and subclause 8.5 extension of time for completion shall apply to each milestone such that time of completion under subclause 8.5 shall be read as time for completion of a milestone under this subclause. Contractor may apply by notice to an engineer for a milestone certificate not earlier than 14 days before works of milestones will, in contractor's opinion, be complete. Engineer shall, within 28 days after receiving contractor's notice, issue milestone certificate to contractor stating date on which works of milestones were completed in accordance with contract, except for any minor outstanding work and defects as shall be listed in milestone certificate. Alright, now B. Reject application giving reasons and specifying work required to be done and defects required to be remedied by contractor. To enable milestone certificate to be issued, contractor shall then complete work referred to in subparagraph B of this subclause before issuing a further notice of application under this subclause. If engineer fails either to issue a milestone certificate or to reject contractor's application within about period of 28 days, and if works of milestone are complete in accordance with contract, milestone certificate shall be deemed to have been issued on date which is 14 days after date stated in contractor's notice of application. If delay damages for a milestone are stated in contract data, and if contractor fails to complete works of milestones within time for completion of milestones without any extension under subclause, contractor shall submit to subclause 20.1. Contractor shall submit, subject to subclause 20.1, claims pay delay damages to employer for his default. Such delay damages shall be amount stated in contract data for every day which shall elapse between time for completion for completion for milestone with any extension under subclause and date stated in milestone certificate. Then let's go further. What was that? If delay damage the milestone stated in contract data, and if contract fails to complete works of milestones, okay. Contract shall subject subclause 21 claims pay delay damages to employer for default. If delay damages for a milestone are stated in the contract data, and if contractor fails to complete works milestones within step of stipulated time of completion, So in an extension of this subclass, contractor shall, subject to subclass 20.1, claims pay damages, delay damages to employer for this default. Such delay damages shall be amount stated in contract data for every day which shall elapse between time of completion for milestone with any extension under this subclass and date stated in milestone certificate. These delays or damages shall be only damages due from contractor for such default, and total amount of delay damages for all milestones shall not exceed maximum amount stated in contract data. This shall not limit contractor's liability for delay damages in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless misconduct by contractor. If certain payments to contractor are to be made on completion of each milestone, such payments should be specified in the schedule of payments in contract, and consideration should be given to amending subclass 14.4 schedule of payments to make express reference to milestone payments. Subcontracting, right? Subcontracting, that is clause 5 clause 5.1. This is subcontracting, and what's that? It's long, I think. Nominate subcontractors, staff and labor. So there are enough pages still long. Key personnel. So there are so many pages still left. So I think you should take next time subcontracting. No, you can't take today. Subcontractor cannot be done today. So leave it here better. We'll take subcontractor tomorrow. Subcontracting. So I don't think it's useful to, I can't finish in 5-10 minutes, so better to talk to people and close it. Okay, so you should talk to people then. So dear friends, we have taken many points today about this FIDIC red book, but it could not be completed. Still many pages are left. We'll try to complete next time. But what we have done is wonderful. This book contains 205 pages, and still 25, maybe more pages are left. But explanation is very important from each and every angle. We are going now from point to point, from clause to clause, to understand how to arrange, how to deal, how to manage general conditions and extract particular conditions from them. Because when you extract particular conditions from general conditions related to those clauses remain silent, those remain invalid, but particular conditions come into play. So particular conditions rule project, not general conditions for those articles, or those you can say not articles, but say clauses. That's what I say. We have to protect both parties, employer as well as contractor, and justification should be done. Judgment should be right, judgment to two parties. And this should be done at stage of contract or even bidding stage, because these points can be raised at time of biddings and they can accept. And while doing contract, this condition must be clearly executed or included, because if we see that there's a problem, this should be, we have to take all these provisions into our price, because it affects price as well as timings. These points are not that as the things are, because this is a contract matter, and contract says that you have to do something you agreed with me. So you don't do it, you have gone breaching contract, you have gone violated, you have violated those clauses. If you don't do that, means you did not, then contract can't be called completed contract, even if you complete all works physically, but if you don't comply with the conditions, you don't record them properly, you don't do anything, you serve notice, how do you be notified by employer? In that case, you cannot say that your contract is complete, though physically it may be completed. So there you make losses until you get completion certificate, mechanical completion or practical completion, and you cannot say project is over. So damages shall come onto you accumulate in a way. Nobody can stop that. It's very, therefore, important for engineers to understand what contracts are. It's very important, otherwise we suffer, suffering. When you suffer, everybody suffers. Contractor suffers money-wise, suffers time-wise, reputation-wise. So each and every clause of contract, whether it is general conditions or it is particular conditions, should be thoroughly analyzed and understood like an engineer, because engineer knows, I mean to say not engineer in contract, is a qualified engineer, civil engineer, knows where your work can stop or where you can find problems. If you are well experienced on contracts, you can know it. I'm not talking if new guy comes and starts doing that. No, no, no. New old doesn't matter. Oh, experience matters. Experience matters in this way because you are representing or you are a key personnel even. Sometimes key personnel can also be given responsibility of contract because key means key. So even if a representative is not that smart, key personnel can be used for this purpose, and one has to study a lot in regard to this. And also when you implement this on projects, you have to be very careful because each clause speaks one thing and other thing. So inter-coordination of contracts, because these if affect you shall affect your subcontractor. If you lose somewhere, you have to pay to your subcontractor. That's not fault of subcontractor because these clauses are related to them also. Example, accommodation, if you say no, we have to provide accommodation, they have to provide accommodation to subcontractor also. What's that? This is that. So there are many precautionary measures where to think and to get rid of these problems on multi-contracting projects, particularly EPC. We'll see later on. Now still Red Book is ongoing. I hope tomorrow we will get rid of the Red Book if possible and we start doing else. I think we have to now take leave of today's talk and move forward for something else. We have talked to this. What we have talked today? We have talked today our COVID, of course, a little. We have talked COVID. Yes, COVID we talked of. Then we talked of your, let us say, we talked of management. We talked of management, project engineering management, etc. And we of course talked of your you can say these contracts. We talked these contracts, QCS, etc. which we are just talking now. Before that, and we talked your FIDIC, which are FIDIC 2017 we talked of. So we talked like this today and we talked like this today. So start talk this way and talk that way. You can say we talk this way and this way. So with this I take close. I hope we have gone through various things. Particularly I talked about that soil report, which we will take up maybe, if not in this talk, a separate one. So that is purely very much engineering and technical talk, and everybody has to understand it from engineering viewpoint. And also those who are not engineering, they must also understand that. It's very important because I consider that a job of engineer. Engineer means a qualified engineer. It's job of that engineer. And if somebody says that different at all, I can't argue with people for everything. No need. It's your understanding. But as far as you understand technicalities, you understand engineering, I don't think there's any problem. If you're intelligent, you're brilliant, you understand. Engineer means that you have to understand. We are not to go to moon or we are not to go to sun. We are here on earth and we have to do our job within limitations. No one is perfect in this world. Sometimes we expect people who can't understand, but they understand better than those people who are expected to understand. So there's no argument as such. No such discrepancy exists. No such difference exists. If somebody thinks that practical value is zero, then I can't help them, because I learned too much from sight, too much from excessively I learned from field and not from education. Education is not limit. Education in field is not limit. You are limit. What you can learn, you have to learn. With this I close this and thank you very much. Gentlemen, I close it now.